So. Dann machen wir hier mal weiter. Die Musik im Hintergrund ist DJ Bim. Das haben wir vor 21 Jahren, habe ich das im Büro nebenan gehört und bei mir im Büro, und 3 Räume weiter wurde das gerade live gemacht. Die 90er waren schon geil. Schreiben wir am besten mal hier rein. Ich müsste jetzt lügen, wenn es ein Karfreitag war. Weiß ich nicht. So, das sieht doch gut aus. Gut. Irgendwie braucht es alles gut Ressourcen. Das ist mein Kollege Käptn Twitch. Und irgendwie leckt das hier ja so krass. Was ist denn hier los? ich weiß. Alter Schwede. Der hat jetzt die gesamte Karte irgendwie geladen. Alter Schwede. Das hier sind Teleports. Zwei gibt's hier nicht. Okay. So, also hier kann man rumlaufen quasi. Ist ein Multiplayer. Ähm, So, hier kann ich mir also zum Beispiel selber beim Gucken zugucken. Ich könnte mir auch andere Streamer angucken. Mache ich aber nicht. Jetzt sehe ich gerade. Wenn ich jetzt zu Tim rübergehe. So, dann kann der Käptn mit uns quatschen. Ganz normal. Aber ich sehe gerade, ich muss den Titel ändern. Na, ist ja. Pastahfest in Binford County. Wie mache ich das jetzt? Hier. Just chatting. Ist ja Ostersonntag. Glaube ich, oder? Für die meisten. So. Ja. So. Ist das zu laut? Ist das okay? Ja, hier bin ich. Geh weg. Vikings. Läuft jetzt auf Amazon, also nicht mehr auf Netflix. Oder habe ich was verpasst? Ja. Oder habe ich was verpasst? So. Das ist mein Twitch Center. So. Das ist mein Twitch Center. Und hier habe ich eine Übersicht der Spiele, die ich so spiele. Das sehe ich gerade doppelt. Ist das so? Das heißt so. Das war anlässlich einer Sendung, in der ich wegen Artikel 13 anfing, diese ganzen Poster zu verdecken. Von denen ich annahm, dass das da vielleicht später dann eben Stress gibt, wegen Urheberrechtsschutz. Also habe ich die alle verdeckt und nur namentlich genannt, bis auf Dirt 3, weil ja, daran quasi keiner mehr Rechte hat. Die Lizenzrechte erloschen, damit auch der Verkauf. So, egal. Aber die hänge ich dann für die nächsten 2 Jahre nochmal an die Decke. So. Also so sähe das eigentlich aus. Also Spiele, die ich auf jeden Fall spielte. Viel Survival. Parkour. Battle Royale. Cuisine Royale. Das wäre ein Spiel für heute. Battle Royale. Jetzt nur noch Z1. Und bauen. Hütten bauen, Städte bauen, Autos bauen. Space Stations. Autos. Image. Fliegen. Ja. Mir fehlt hier gerade eins, und zwar wie heißt es denn noch? Browse. Search. Mars. Tat. Categories. Aber die spielen das doch. Channels. Nicht Channels, ich suche das Spiel. Delete. Discover. Mars. Videos. Red. Wie ist denn das Spiel, verdammt? Categories. Oh. Red. Ich weiß gar nicht, ob es da überhaupt wirklich Red ist. Mars. Masopilami. Nicht jetzt. Es spielte auf dem Mars. Und der Claim ist, man kann alles kaputt machen. Was man da so sieht. Es gibt so. Okay. Osterei. Guerilla. Red Faction Guerilla. Eine Milliarde Ergebnisse. So, das fehlt halt noch. Ich weiß nicht, ob ihr das kennt. So, jetzt darf ich das wahrscheinlich zum Beispiel nicht zeigen, weil das ist ja von der GameStar. So einen Bagger hätte ich gerne. Okay. Das Open World Gameplay neu. Guerilla-Kämpfe. Ja. Aber doch, witzig. Witzig ist es, oh, auch als Multiplayer. Ich habe keine Ahnung, ich glaube, ich habe mich da lange nicht mehr. Wie lange habe ich gespielt? Steam, Tim Taylor. Ich bin offline. Was wollte ich denn gucken? Genau. Krass, was man hier alles sehen kann, ne? Nicht mal angemeldet. Guck mal, hier eine Reihenfolge direkt. 422 Stunden gemalt. Mit Rust Angelo. Memories of Mars. Marvel Heroes. Ich würde auch gerne wieder City of Heroes spielen. Hier. Bullshit. Das ist wahrscheinlich ein Entwickler. Oder er wollte damit ins Fernsehen und das hat er jetzt auch geschafft. Guck mal, wie viele Leute die im Schnitt. Wie viel XP die Leute im Schnitt haben. Der Typ hat über 1 Million. Also, ne? Zweiter hat 77.000. Ah, ich kann ihn nicht einsehen für 7 Days to Die. Okay. Rust. In Rust habe ich, denke ich, alles, oder? Guck hier, 6. April 2018, letztes Jahr. Das erste Mal Rust gespielt. Oder das erste Mal auf einem offiziellen Server. Auf einem, auf dem Errungenschaften freigeschaltet werden. Das stimmt. Ja. Heat einstellen. Alien Swarm, kann ich mich nicht dran erinnern. Fishing Planet. Direkt wieder in die Kanne geworfen. Ist nicht meins. Das war auch dämlich. Jo. Jetzt wollte ich aber nicht die ganze Zeit vor der Wand hier stehen. Also Red Dead Redemption notiert. habe ich schon wieder vergessen. Guerillas en Mars. Red Faction. Feier. Vielleicht doch ein bisschen zu viel rum. So. Schauen wir mal, wie wir bisher abschneiden. Live aktuell. Just chatting. So, das sind alle Live-Channels bei Twitch. Unter Just Chatting. Streamer Hotelparty in Tokio. So, das ist international. Okay, alles klar. Also, das schränken wir jetzt mal ein auf German. Da sind wir nur noch im 100er-Bereich. Stream startet gleich. Also, hier ist der Teufel los. Auf der Chatseite, aber hier gar nichts. Kaffeekind. Trinkt Kaffee. Tintix ist in Taiwan unterwegs. Rixi R6. Frühstücks Coca-Cola-Filme. Hier sitzt einer in seinem bunten Zimmer. Der gefällt mir. Und der. Also 2. 64 Viewer. Jeder, aber nur dann die Hälfte. Ja, und dann hier spielt einer Scum. Der ist noch übergeblieben von letzter Nacht. Sie hat ein tolles Mikro, passend zum T-Shirt. Er hat die Deutschlandfahne auch falsch rumhängen, oder vielleicht ist es ja auch richtig rum, wie der Höcke das gemacht hat. Ich denke, das ist eine Frage der Perspektive. Wenn Spider-Man jetzt die Flagge sehen würde, der würde direkt wissen, okay, das ist nicht Belgien. So, der macht mich hier wohl nach. Der Zeltschäfchen. Hier schlafen welche, liegen welche im Bett. Oh, und hier, wir sind auf Platz, naja, Platz kann man nicht sagen, ne, aber weit scrollen müssen wir nicht. Weit scrollen müssen wir nicht. Ich suche ja oft nach dem Aquarium hier. Wo ist das Aquarium? Also, ich denke mal, die Welpen kriegen wir doch eingeholt, oder nicht? Oder die Schäfchen. Welpen wäre nur einer. Da wären wir zumindest auf dem selben Stand. Hier, vielleicht wenn der rausfliegt. Wenn der gleich rausgeht, dann würden wir einen höher, naja, noch nicht ganz höher rutschen, aber einen näher in die Spitze. Muss ich das jetzt reloaden? Am besten, ne? So, er hat jetzt schon 76 Zuschauer. Und sie auch nochmal 100 mehr. What the fuck? Das waren gerade 467. Flagge hängt immer noch falsch rum. Ich glaube, der weidet da irgendwie ein Tier aus, aber vielleicht ist ein Spiel auch hängen geblieben. Oh, ich habe nur noch 4 Viewer. Verdammt. Sport. Hier ist doch nicht jemand wirklich an den Geräten unterwegs. Ach, das ist ein Trauerstream. Darum hat er die Flagge auf Halbmast. Nur falsch rum. Noob versucht sich an Emotes. Wir haben die Puppycam geschlagen. Yay. Und wir sind jetzt hier schon auf der ersten Seite zu sehen. Ist die Musik eigentlich zu laut? Ist die Musik eigentlich zu laut? Man hört die gar nicht, ne?
into a world only invited by the perception of nature.
Ja, und da war sie vorbei, die DJ Bim Show vom 19.04.1998. Und wir sind jetzt hier im Survival Center. Das hier ist die Abteilung Rust. Versucht die Farben vom Plakat und die Formen mal so ein bisschen zu übernehmen hier im Eingangsbereich. Später sicher auch noch gesamten Bereich. Wie immer bei mir eine Baustelle hier gerade. Kleines Infocenter mit einer Übersicht, wer spielt gerade Rust. Hier gibt es 2 Trailer zu dem Spiel. Den ersten von 2014. Vielleicht. So hat man 2014 noch Trailer gebaut. In dem Fall hier für das Survival Game Rust, PvP-Spiel. Und dann gab es 2017 einen Remastered Trailer. Selber Inhalt. Thema. Ja, Rust. So, also das hier mehr so ein offizieller Infobereich. Und dann hier meine quasi eigenen Erlebnisse in Rust dokumentiert. Spät. So. Ja, hier passiert nichts. Zweiter Tag. Ein zweites Video. Wer zeigt das nicht, wenn ich umstelle? Das funktioniert. Dann gibt es hier nochmal die volle Übersicht. Ne, auch hier Video. Und abgestürzt. Jetzt überlege ich gerade, ob ich für den Teleport Plaza selber gar kein Dings gemacht habe. Gar keine Luftbildaufnahme. Heißt das so, Luftbild oder Bildaufnahme? Luftaufnahme. Luftaufnahme. Von dem alten her. Okay. Was haben wir noch? Testbild. Tiddly-dee. Das waren die 50er, 60er, 70er. Twitch Center, das Survival Center, wo wir gerade rausfielen. Flogen. Noch keine weiteren Bilder. Wir hätten auf jeden Fall noch. Was ist die da unten? Nee. Was ist denn los hier? Alter Schwede. 120. Processing. Immer wenn ich da drauf gucke, sehe ich irgendwas anderes. Schon ein geiles Bild. Der ist aber noch am Prozessen. Was macht der denn da? Kennt ihr den noch? Confused Travolta. So. Ja, wir brauchen ein Kino. Gehen wir mal rüber. Das hier ist quasi ein begehbarer Stadtplan, der gleichzeitig als Teleport dient. Mal kurz AFK.
賞金10万円を目指していきます。全長が13メートル、高さが4メートルある大階段。ぬるぬるの中を階段を両手両足を使って登っていきます。まずリードしているのは小峠、一番人気です。小峠がリードしていく。そして斉藤も現在2位、第3位に小宮、そして狩野英孝も順調なスタート。ただ田中がおっと狩野英孝落ちていきました。斉藤も落ちていた。また小峠も落ちました。自動的に小宮がなぜか1位になった。小宮が自動的に非常にスローに手足を動かしていく小宮です。小宮が慎重に動かしていきますが、後ろから田中が上がってきたぞ。小宮が1位、2位が田中、3 峠と斉藤がついています。斉藤も来ていった。さあ3人が並んで小宮がなぜか下がっている。地味に後退している。よく理由がわからないがガタガタ落ちていった。先頭が小峠に変わりました。先頭小峠、2位田中、3位が狩野英孝になっています。狩野英孝、足をまたつかせていなくなっていきました。小峠、人気に応えるか。順調に中央突破。ただ鈴木奈々はこの辺りから7回ほど落下していった。しかし小峠は順調にいくぞ。順調にいった。またいだ。スーパープレー、スーパープレーだった。田中スーパープレーの後ノーミスで落下。誰も階段を登っておりません。また一からのスタートになりました。小峠が速い。小峠が順調に上がっていく。ぬるぬるになれたか。小峠、ここで落ちていった。狩野と一緒に落ちていきました。最後はなかなか階段を登れていない。現在2分経過いたしました。小宮がやはりスローに手足を動かして現在1位。斉藤がそれを追っています。さらに追うのが田中です。斉藤と小宮、しかしながら田中が落ちていった。大悟はなかなか階段を登れない。そして狩野英孝来ているぞ。小峠も速い。サイドから攻めている。3人がほとんど並んでいる。しかし一歩抜け出すのは誰か。この2006年春から始まったヌルヌルの歴史、ヌルヌル伝説の始まり。3年ぶりに感謝祭に復活したこのヌルヌルで果たして誰が今日伝説を作ることになるのか。小峠がまた中央突破。現在トップに立っている。右足がちょっと危ないか。一歩ずつ行く。狩野英孝をしていった。小宮がなぜか這いつくばって動けなくなっている。小峠は順調だ。小峠が一歩ずつ確認をする。ローションを確認作業、全員いった。さようなら。全員さようなら。そしてこの隙を見て狩野英孝が順調にリードを広げていきます。トップに立った狩野英孝、3分が経過しました。いつまで戦いは続いていくのか。本格的に生放送の終了の時間が近づいてくる。11時36分です。あと放送は、まだ10分ほどあります。皆さん頑張ってください。10万円が近づいている。さあまたいだ。コンビネーション、大悟のスーパープレー。大悟がまた落ちていった。大悟は避けた。この辺り男性陣はコンビであぐらをかいて一旦休憩。大悟の素晴らしい技がありました。股抜きした後一旦小休止を入れた。小宮が落ちていった。そして斉藤も落ちていった。現在トップを走るのは大悟、そして小峠が追いかける。田中が現在仰向けになって体勢を入れ替えている。狩野英孝も下から追いかけていく。さあ大悟と小峠が並んだぞ。小峠が抜くか、抜いたか、一歩抜くか。大悟と小峠先頭争い。2人で一緒に何か登っているような感覚。ゆっくりと2人で行っている。並んでいる。一緒に上がっている。一緒に上がって何が待っている。肩を組む。いや、ここでトップで争う。頂上で争う。小峠と大悟落ちていった。全員落ちていった。全員頂上から落ちました。すでに5分が経過いたしました。なぜか全員落ちた後に隙を見て狩野英孝が一人で登っていく。なぜか狩野英孝が全員落ちた後トップに立つ。その後ろ小峠が行く。狩野英孝中央まで来ました。すでに戦いは5分を経過しております。狩野英孝と一番下まで落ちたはずの小峠、また2位まで上がってきた。小峠と狩野英孝、この2人の激しい戦い。さあ中央突破している狩野英孝か小峠がスピードが上がってきた。先ほどは頂上で大悟と小峠の戦いがあった。小峠さあ 36歳、高校時代まで野球をやっていた。その足腰で強靭に登っていく。男性陣の芸人、芸能人の皆さん、本当に時間がまずくなってきたそうです。本当に放送時間がまずくなってきたそうです。頑張ってください。大悟か狩野か、大悟か狩野か。さあこの戦いはトップで勝負だ。大悟一気に落ちていった。田中がトップ。田中が鍵のように両手両足を使って、田中の長い手足、まさにこれがカニのモノマネを今までずっとやってきた京都市のために、ヌルヌルのために田中はカニのモノマネをやってきたと、そう感じさせる。カニ田中いけ。カニ田中がゆっくりと手足を伸ばし、頂上にたどり着いてはない。たどり着かなかった。戦いは8分を経過しております。
残り6分取って。
放送時間がまずいです。皆さん本当に放送時間がまずいです。頑張ってくださいとしか言えませんが、本当に頑張ってください。緑の狩野英孝がリードを奪う。狩野英孝がリードを奪っていく。狩野英孝、さあまさにこのトレジャーハンターで狩野英孝が栄光をつかもうとしている。10万円をつかもうとしている緑の狩野英孝。
この番組はサントリーとご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りしました。
Ouais. Da muss doch ein Poster hin. Ich bin gerade ein bisschen lazy, es guckt niemand zu. Haben wir auch keinen Stress. Ich kann in Ruhe was suchen, zum Beispiel ein Poster für diese Ausstellung.
Health Department. We have a report that your soup has too much jewelry in it. EOC, enemies of Carlotta.
The only name on the list that wasn't crossed out was Swede Anderson. I decided to drop in on him before they crossed him out too. Swede wasn't living in luxury. As a matter of fact, for a moment, I thought he wasn't living at all. Swede? Sorry, Swede, I thought you had been murdered. Come on, wake up. Come on, Swede. You need a cup of my Java. You're up, good. Job will be ready in a minute.
This is never gonna heal. Anyway, my guess is by now
Heil, Cäsar!
Heil.
Nur ein Überlebender.
Oh, wirf ihn auf den Fußboden.
Wie bitte?
Wirf ihn auf den Boden.
Ah!
Also, wie ist dein Name, Jude?
Brian, Herr.
Brian, hä?
Nein, Brian. Au!
Der kleine Schelm ist ein Widerpost.
Wie bitte?
Ein Widerpost.
Ja, natürlich.
Weißt du, solche Purchen scheinen hier unberechenbar brutal vorzugehen. Blutberauscht.
Oh, ich glaube, geraucht hat er auch.
Also, du bist ein Defätist.
Ich pisse was?
Prügle ihn, Centurio, für diese Unverschämtheit.
Au!
Oh, und auf den Boden werfen?
Bitte?
Ihn wieder auf den Boden werfen.
Oh ja, schleuder den Purchen zu Boden.
Ja.
Nun, was tatest du für ein Pupenstück?
So dürft ihr nicht mit mir reden. Ich bin Römer wie ihr.
Ein römischer Bürger?
Nein, Bürger. Au!
So, vielleicht der Pastor eines Römers. Wer war's?
Er war Centurio in der Jerusalemer Garnison.
Erstaunlich. Wie war sein Name?
Nixus Minimax.
Centurio, haben wir irgendjemanden dieses Namens in der Garnison?
Nein, Herr.
Du scheinst mir da sehr sicher zu sein. Hast du das überprüft?
Nein, Herr, ich halte es für einen Witz. Wie, Stechus Cactus oder Schwanzus Longus.
Was ist so komisch an Schwanzus Longus?
Das ist ein verhohnepiepelter Name.
Hm? Als Knabe hatte ich einen guten Freund in Rom, der hieß Schwanzus Longus. Schweig! Ich wünsche keine Unverschämtheiten. Du wirst dich in der Gladiatorenschule wiederfinden. Ich lasse nicht mit mir scherzen. Solches Benehmen ist schändlich.
Kann ich nun gehen, Herr? Au!
Na warte, wenn Schwanzus Longus das hört. Wache! Bringt ihn hinaus!
Oh Herr, er hat doch nur...
Nein, er wird in einer Woche Peeren und Pestchen in der Arena gegenüberstehen.
Gut, Herr, also komm mit.
Ich gestatte nicht, dass meine Freunde lächerlich gemacht werden von einem ordinären Schnösel. Ist noch jemandem zumute nach einer kleinen Schelmerei, wenn ich meinen lieben Freund erwähne? Schwanzus Longus? Und du, Schurke, findest du es vielleicht besonders komisch? Wenn ich Ihnen sage, diesen Namen? Schwanzus Longus? Er hat eine schöne Frau. Wisst ihr, wie man sie nennt? Sie wird genannt Inkontinentia. Inkontinentia pupus. Was soll das bedeuten? Jetzt habe ich aber genug davon. Ich schleudere euch Repellen in den tiefsten Schlund. Schweigt! Schweigt! Ich befehle es euch! Ergreift ihn! Fasst!
Aber ja.
Friday night, Saturday morning, Friday yesterday's gone, there's a weekend dawning. Friday night, Saturday morning at last. Like a few struggles then, Monday's the day for them. Oh, it's time to relax again. Friday night, Saturday morning at last.
Good evening. Tonight, every expense spared. Guests include Paul Jones and the Blues Band, the author of the book more frequently stolen from public libraries throughout the world than any other, that's Norris McWhirter, and 4 gentlemen who will be discussing a controversial film inspired by the New Testament. Only yesterday, in The Scotsman, a prominent news item headed New Superstar Row revealed that the film Jesus Christ Superstar has this week been banned from a cinema in the Western Isles as blasphemous. A curse placed on another remote Scottish cinema which dared to screen Superstar in 1976 led to the recent closure of that particular house of entertainment. If Superstar still has this trouble nearly 10 years after its creation, what hope does Monty Python's Life of Brian have today? Soon, the opinions of John Cleese, Michael Palin, Malcolm Muggeridge and Mervyn Stockwood, the Bishop of Southwark. Here's a moderately controversial clip from the film.
Well.
Hello, Mother.
Don't you hello, Mother me! What are all those people doing out there?
Oh, well,
Come on, what have you been up to, my lad?
I think they must have popped by for something.
Popped by? Swarmed by, more like? What are you doing out there?
They started following me yesterday.
Well, they can stop following you right now! Now stop following my son! You ought to be ashamed of yourselves! The
They think I'm the Messiah, Mum.
Now you listen here. He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. Now go away. I'm his mother, that's who.
Behold his mother! Behold his mother! Hail to thee, mother of God! Blessed art thou, Hosanna! All praise to thee, now and always!
Now, don't think you can get around me like that. He's not coming out, and that's my final word.
That extract featured Graham Chapman as Brian and Terry Jones, who also directed the picture, as Mandy, mother of Brian. With us tonight, another one-third of Monty Python, John Cleese and Michael Palin.
Cracked. BBC cutbacks. Oh, yeah.
Michael, why the name Brian?
Well, I don't know. We've always used Brian in Python to portray a certain sort of character, fairly anonymous, and I apologise to anyone called Brian, slightly sort of...
I mean, there's a good chance of...
dim. No, not exactly. Not dim. That's not fair. It's slow to catch on.
And there's a fighting chance of at least one Brian watching tonight, so be careful.
I don't know. Have you seen the figures? Cheap, wasn't it cheap? No, actually, John was in a sketch about the footballer being interviewed in one of the very early Python shows, and it was all, Brian, there's the ball in the back of the net, Brian.
I'm opening a boutique, Brian. But it's one of the funny names, isn't it? It's like Trevor and Kevin. I mean, they're just funny.
What inspired the film, Life of Brian? I mean, how did that strange idea take root in whose skull did it take root?
Well, we're not exactly certain. It's always difficult to find the exact moment when it came up. But I know that when we were going around the world sort of doing premieres for the Holy Grail, and we had a lot of time to spare in airports and cafes and restaurants, and we got to thinking about a new film and what particular area we might go in. And we were still keen to do a historical film, more fun, dressing up and all that. We'd done the bowler-hatted city gents on Python. And I think it was Eric who came up with this title out of the blue called Jesus Christ, Lust for Glory. And I must admit that when we started talking about it, we actually explored the idea of doing a comedy film about Jesus, with all the jokes about someone trying to book a table for 12 at the Last Supper. Sorry, sir, Saturday night I'll do you 3 4s. Come in tomorrow, no, it's got to be tonight, and all those jokes. And the more that we read about Jesus and the background to his life, it was quite obvious that there was very little to ridicule in Jesus' life. And therefore we were sort of onto a loser. The characters we like to portray in Python are failures, are dim, are idiotic, are sort of incapable in one way or another. Jesus was a straight, direct man, making very good sense. And so we decided that it would be very sort of just a rather shallow film just about Jesus. So we got Brian in.
You must have known, though, that even in those early days you were heading for trouble and criticism and controversy. A, because you were well known. B, because, to put it mildly, the subject matter is quite well known.
Yeah, I don't know.
Did that worry you?
I mean, I feel that Python, we've always thrived on that. It's always been a bit of an uphill struggle.
So what came first? I mean, was it the laughter idea or the message? I mean, which was the first of the two that...
It's the laughter. We go for the jokes first. I mean, the reason that it sounded like an interesting territory to go into, to explore, because when you go in there, you really don't know what you're going to write. I mean, we usually sit around for about 3 days discussing theoretically what we're going to write, and then we go around and write something completely different. And the film actually starts when somebody comes in halfway through the second week and reads something out, and we all laugh. And that's the first point on the graph. Yeah. Do you see what I mean?
Yes,
and then we may wait another week, and then somebody else writes something funny, and then we have 2 points on the graph. And when we got about 6 or 7, we start writing stuff to join it together. It's a pretty slow process because it's sort of democracy gone mad.
It took a long time. It took a long time for Brian to really get off the ground. We wrote an awful lot, which was then just thrown away because it was sort of struggling too hard to be sort of controversial.
Well, actually, Mike, I don't know. I agree with that because I don't think that we were coming in with stuff about Christ. We all started writing about around the edges, all the people who'd arrived 5 minutes after the miracle had been done. Which is as bad as being 2,000 years late. As if you didn't see it. It doesn't matter whether you're 5 minutes late or whatever. Actually, we did have the idea that he was the 13th disciple, didn't we? A sort of slight hanger-on. Yes, that's right. He was going to write a gospel, but he was always late.
Because it was also called Brian of Nazareth at one point, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And yet you changed that title, yet that would have worked, wouldn't it, for this movie or not?
Well, I think, I always thought that title somehow asked for the comparison with Jesus of Nazareth,
Yeah.
you know, the Powell thing, too much. It looked as though we were going for the comparison.
But you apparently used Lou Grade's sets that he used on Jesus of Nazareth. Didn't you, in fact, use the same scenario?
The ones he hadn't taken down. Yes, we used them for building our own sets in. There was temples there in Monastir, in this place in Tunisia.
It was not really, because at one stage we were looking for about, I think there were 5 or 6 different places we might have shot it. Italy, Spain, Jordan, Israel, Morocco, Tunisia. And I think we decided Tunisia eventually, partly because we thought there might be religious trouble in the Catholic countries, and partly because we discovered they'd been making a lot of films in the last 2 or 3 years in Tunisia. And then when you sort of say, we'll get the Russians here in the morning, you don't arrive and find there's a lot of Russians there. You know,
there's practically an industry over there of making films about Jesus, because Rossellini had made a film then. Lou Grade had been there for a couple. Rossellini, an Italian director, made a film about Jesus. Then, well, I don't know.
I missed that.
He thought it was a footballer, didn't he?
I thought it was a food.
Turin, FC Turin. No, Rossellini made this film, and then I thought it was rather good.
Is he good, Rossellini?
Yeah, he's a bit slow. He worked the second half. He was very good. Hit the ball, and there it was in the back of the stand.
If he's watching, I'm terribly sorry, but I've never heard of the guy.
Well,
he's made a film. Has it come out?
He's made a film about Jesus, and it came out. Yes, I think so.
Well, the extraordinary thing is, Tim, I don't know all the facts of this because I was only told this about 4 days ago, but apparently there are now 4, quote, funny, unquote, films about the Bible coming out the next 3 months.
As a result of Brian,
well,
or just coincidentally?
I think it may just be coincidence. Mind you, we've been talking about it on and off for 3 years, so maybe the idea sort of filtered into somebody else's
How did the whole thing get together? Because you had this great idea in an airport lounge or wherever, and still you have a fairly long way to go from Terminal 2 to screens all over the world.
It was a very big airport. It was ages.
Well, it is that pragmatic thing.
Because you had trouble with the cash and backers pulling out.
Oh, terrible trouble, yes. In fact, if George Harrison hadn't known Eric Idle, the film wouldn't have been made. Because although the Americans, I mean, after the EMI thing fell through, we then went to America.
What happened, John?
I didn't say anything.
Fell through?
Fell through. Oh. Fell through. Failed to happen, as it were. We then went to America, and they were all prepared to give us a little bit of money, but not enough, not as much as we needed to make the film. So we needed, I think, $2.5 million to make it for the American territories, and they wouldn't give us more than 1.75. So come the middle of the year, we suddenly realised we weren't going to make it. And then out of the blue, John Goldstone, the producer, said, well, I got one more meeting with George Harrison. And George Harrison, which is, I think, is really one of the great, almost magnificent acts of the century, said he was quite happy to put up £1 million for no other reason, apparently, that he wanted to see the movie.
It's true, yeah.
Weren't you all in some danger of splitting up, or at least some internal conflict? Did the film, in fact, bring you together?
Yes, I mean, I think it did. After the Grail, there was about a year spent sort of in the wilderness, as it were. No one quite sure what they wanted to do. And people going off to try and do their own things, Fawlty Towers or ripping yarns or whatever.
Also, there was a stage when we hated each other.
Well, I never hated you, John. No, whatever any of the others may say, I always liked you.
What about your solo projects? I mean, are there going to be any more ripping yarns, any more Fawlty Towers?
There'll be no more Fawlty Towers.
He sent me a wonderful telegram last week when I had my 40th birthday, and it read, "We love the first 40, stop. Are you going to do any more?"
They got it right.
Well, are you? I mean, is there going to be a...
I don't think so, no. I feel we've done that, just as I felt about Python and the telly, that you actually reach a point, and then it's the law of diminishing returns. You could go on.
And does that mean there won't be any more Pythons on the telly?
Highly unlikely at the moment.
But not totally ruled out?
Well, not totally. I mean, I don't think anything is absolutely, definitely ruled out.
I tell you what I hate, and that's the sausage machine. And you get into it the moment you sign on the dotted line. 13 shows. That's 8 months in the diary, filming, editing, rehearsing. It's much nicer to take 1 2-hour or hour and a half thing, like a film, and spend a lot of time, and then you can savour it and explore and do a lot of talking, which is much better than having to get everything written every day.
See, John gets very oppressed by work. You see, he doesn't like it. And what I feel about the Python shows is that actually I don't know where we would start off. I think we almost did everything in those 3 series, and I just don't know how one would begin
we're practically
again.
doing it tonight, because we were saying in the dressing room, you know, I mean, it's terribly funny. It suddenly struck us that here we are, you know, in a Bishop and Malcolm Muggeridge are going to come on, you know.
In the studio tonight.
Yes. You know, it's not a sketch.
No. It's no detail.
Are you implying that possibly there might be a third or fourth Python movie, a full-length film? This is certainly on the cards.
Yes, in fact, we're supposed to be meeting, aren't we? November the 19th?
Monday week,
Your place?
Yeah.
To discuss this very thing. I think it's very likely that we'll do another film.
But we want to see if there's an area that nobody's gone into, really. You see, because the one thing about this film, I mean, I really like it, and there's a lot of stuff we've done I don't like that much. But I really like this film. And there are moments when I watch it, and I think, I haven't seen anything like this before on the screen.
Is there anything that you think could offend you on screen?
I have one tiny quibble, and I think that Terry Jones and Graham Chapp will no doubt disagree with me. But I think that the crucifixion thing at the end is not about pain. It's about death, and they are very separate.
So what's your beef?
My beef is that there are 1 or 2 close-ups of 1 or 2 people registering pain. And I think that confuses what the last thing's about. Because, I mean, one's not really making fun of the fact that someone has been flayed till his flesh hung down and then nailed up. The point of that last thing is it's about death. You know, it's about attitudes to death. And it's quite possible to be relatively cheery about death. Quite possible. Not saying it's easy.
Yes. Well, for the moment, gentlemen, thank you very much. But I think we ought to see another clip from the movie. No, please. Stay where you are. We're going to see a second clip from the film, and after that we'll be joined by 2 gentlemen who don't normally review movies, but who this evening went to see it on our behalf.
Is there another way down? Is there another path down to the river? Please, please help me. I've got to get... Oh, my foot! Oh, bastard! He's here! Speak to us, Master! Speak to us! Go away! Just go away, leave me alone. Give us a sign. He has given us a sign. He has brought us to this place. I didn't bring you here, you just followed me. Oh, it's still a good sign by any standard. Master, your people have walked many miles to be with you. They are weary and have not eaten. It's not my fault they haven't eaten. There is no food in this high mountain. Well, what about the juniper bushes over there? His words. They brought forth juniper berries. Of course they brought forth juniper berries. They're juniper bushes. What do you expect?
Another miracle.
Do not tempt him, shallow ones. Is not the miracle of the juniper bushes enough? I say, those are my juniper bushes. God, they're all I've bloody got to eat. I am affected by a bald patch. I'm healed. The master has healed me. I didn't touch him. I was blind and now I can see.
And I guess... And our guest reviewers are Malcolm Muggeridge and Mervyn Stockwood, the Bishop of Southwark. I'd like to ask you, Bishop, first, what was your review of the film?
Well, first of all, I was very glad to think that you simply can't get rid of Jesus in Europe today. Ceausescu of Romania, who I think thought like most communists that they're going to get rid of religion very quickly, find that it's, as he said, it's going to hang around with us for quite a long time. And certainly, when you think of what the greatest attractions on the stage, both films and acting, ever since Jesus Christ Superstar, that's what's drawn the crowds. I mean, Jesus is a most disturbing influence. You simply can't get away from him. You may worship him, respect him, commit your life to him, or just ridicule him and lampoon him, but you simply can't get rid of him. And this is what I think is a very, very interesting factor. Even in China, in their changeover now, they thought Chairman Mao's thoughts had replaced the thoughts of Jesus, but poor old Mao and the Gang of Four now really they're on the dog heap, and Jesus is being allowed back. So that, first of all, is something which I find extremely interesting. Now, the second thing well, here's a question I would ask. What are you really trying to say in this film? I believe you were on this a wee bit earlier, but unfortunately we only got the picture outside, not the voice, which was something that husbands might want for their wives. But so we didn't quite hear your defence of it. But what are you really trying to say? Now, I wasn't the least bit horrified. People say, oh, no, Bishop, when you go there, you'll be absolutely horrified. I wasn't at all. After all, I wasn't vicar of the university church for nothing. I'm familiar with undergraduate humour. And I was also a governor of a mentally deficient school. And once I was a prep school master, and I felt frightfully at home. I thought I was just sort of back on the old familiar ground this evening. But I really wondered, what you were trying to say. I do hope you don't think I'm being unkind, because I know some of you, and I am very fond of you and have respect for you. But I say this quite frankly, I simply don't think it was worthy of you. It was the sort of thing, as I say, that at Cambridge the footlights did on a damp Tuesday afternoon, or the lower fourth when I was a schoolmaster. But I just don't know what you were saying. Then the third thing, and this I get rather more seriously, why lampoon death? I think this is the thing that really is, sort of worried me. I don't think one would make a farce about Auschwitz or of death. And whatever we think about Jesus, we may think he was the Son of God, we may think he was a mistaken fanatic, but it was a pretty shattering thing what happened, the crucifixion. And as I looked at that, and I thought of now the way people react to the cross, and after all, I'm not ashamed to wear the cross here, which is the sign of a bishop. When I look at that figure, I know you're going to say Brian isn't Jesus, but that's just rubbish. The whole thing is quite clearly, if no Jesus had lived, that film wouldn't have been produced.
But did you feel that the film actually ridiculed Jesus?
Yes, I did.
Even though it wasn't about him and...
Well, I'm afraid, you see, I can't take it wasn't about him. I put that as a matter of honesty. If Jesus of Nazareth had never existed, there'd never been a Jesus, then this film of Brian would never have been produced. I'm sure that's so. But if I might just say, and then do come and cross-examine me then, but my mind is just sort of working on that last scene, sort of the reaction. There it seemed sort of tremendous sort of joke, and people were laughing. And then you think of the reaction of a person like Mother Teresa to that scene, what it meant for her. Now, she's a saint, I'm not. But every day of the week I either say Mass or I'm present at Mass. I was this morning in the early hours, and I broke the bread. This is my body. And I took the cup. This is my blood. And I didn't roar around with laughter at the altar in my chapel this morning. I just fell down, genuflected, and worshipped, said my Lord and my God. Now, I don't think really that... you come and get at me now.
Well,
I'm not criticising any of you personally.
Well, I hasten to say that I had absolutely nothing to do with the film whatsoever. But before I ask John and Michael to perhaps answer one or two of those points, could I bring in Malcolm and ask you what your review, if review is the right word?
Certainly, yes. Remember that I was engaged for 4 years in the appalling task of trying to make English people laugh. As editor of Punch, it's an almost impossible thing to do. But I couldn't help feeling enormous envy of the ease with which this particular film aroused laughter. You simply had to use a 4-letter word or display a man's private parts in the window, and the whole place fell on the ground with laughter. So that I, professionally felt rather put out by that. Also, of course, I agree entirely with the bishop that it is quite humbug to say that this is not a ridiculing of the founder of the Christian religion and of the Incarnation in an extremely cheap and tenth-rate way. Remember that that story of the Incarnation was what our whole civilization began with. Remember that it has inspired every great artist, every great writer, every great composer, every great builder, every great architect, that to celebrate that marvelous thing.
Germany,
the
Inquisition and so forth, it's sort of...
Yes, the Inquisition was there. But nothing can alter the fact that if you were to make a list of all the greatest works of art in all fields and all the greatest contributors to those works of art, you would find that this scene of the Incarnation, the story of the Incarnation, has played the largest part. Now, in our 20th century, this film produces a sort of graffiti version of it. And I don't think, in the eyes of posterity, it will have a very distinguished place. The bishop mentioned Mother Teresa, and I was thinking of her too, because to her, you see, and it's something that the makers of this program maybe didn't even think of, but the person of Jesus Christ, not as a historical figure, not as someone in the past, but someone living in the world now, has been the essence of her existence. I once asked her what was the difference between what she did and what social workers do. And she said, well, the point is that social workers are very estimable people, but they do something, they serve their fellows for an idea. I serve my fellows for a person. And if that person wasn't there, or if that person was in some way discredited, then my work is over. And there are many people in the world, despite the fact that the media would suggest the contrary, to whom still this living presence of Jesus Christ in the world is the most essential part of their existence. And you produce it in a film as a derisory and absurd figure. And of course, to someone who has that feeling, as Mother Teresa has, or someone like Catherine Bramwell Booth has, they are deeply hurt and insulted. That doesn't in itself matter. I'd like to put another point to two that occurred to me when I was watching it, which
Malcolm, I'm awfully sorry to interrupt, but is it possible for John perhaps to answer one or two of those
Certainly,
points?
certainly.
Otherwise we're going to have 9 points unanswered. But
Yes, it's building up the list a bit. But I mean, the problem that we... No, seriously, the problem that we have got is that you think that we're ridiculing Jesus. And we say, sort of sincerely and truthfully, that is certainly not what we intended to do, and I believe that we're not. And I can best answer that, I think, by answering his question, which is that what were we trying to do? And I think it comes out, spelled out perhaps rather too plainly, rather too banally at one point, when he says, make up your own mind, don't let other people tell you. And we would absolutely deny, at least I would, that there was any attempt to say you should not believe in Christ. What we're saying is take a critical view, find out about it, don't just believe because somebody tells you to. Somebody in the pulpit says something, question it, work it out for yourself.
You're seriously suggesting that if someone saw that film, say a young kid, who knew nothing about the Gospels or about history, that the figure of Christ that would emerge from it, this story of the Incarnation, would be a noble one, would be...
He would have to sort it out for himself. And he would have to, for example, work out, I mean, does one accept every word in the Bible? In the Sermon on the Mount, did they get it all right when Mark wrote it down 30 years later? I mean, was every word right?
But is the film likely to be seen by anybody who doesn't know an awful lot about Jesus Christ?
Most certainly it is today. If you have it for children of 14 today, you will find that the many, many children of 14 today, thanks to the secular nature of the education they're receiving, know nothing about it at all. And they would see this figure, I think, in the light in which he appears in this film, you see. It's no good you cheating yourselves. You can't have it both ways. You produce this particular... film which arouses bursts of laughter, as I said earlier, rather easily procured. But don't imagine that someone seeing that is going to go away with the concept of the founder of the Christian religion and all that that meant to mankind in any way corresponding to what history or the Gospels or anything else is presented.
Well, it's not supposed to be about him, so people shouldn't go and see it to learn about
that it's not about him.
I'm not being dishonest. I mean,
I'm being utterly dishonest,
Can I just say, I mean, I don't know where this will get us, but I feel my approach to the film was I was confused. I feel I'm still asking questions, seeking solutions. I am very confused and perturbed by a religion, an established religion in this country, where people can go into church on a Sunday morning, and the same people can sing hymns and say prayers. And at the same time, these people can stand by while their money is spent making bombs, making guns, building up appalling weapons of destruction, can sit by, sing hymns, say their prayers, and agree with a policy in which hospitals have to go without money.
First of all, I'd very much like to know where you get your evidence. You must give me chapter and verse. So it happens that immediately before coming here, I was asked by crowds of church people if I would stand up for the councils of the health of St. Olive's Hospital, which the government is trying to close. The church is extremely active in these fields, and I would urge you not to make these careless generalizations which are not dependent on evidence. Now,
I make them in all humility. I'm seeking answers and solutions. I'm not saying this is absolutely the way it is, but I have observed people...
I mean, what you were saying, if I may say, it was great, but it's sheer rubbish. And you made a ridiculous generalization which is unworthy of an educated man. Now, having said this, back to what you say, somebody aged 14 coming and seeing this thing of Jesus, what you are seeing is not one of the greatest teachers in the world. I mean, granted, lots of people, the majority of people wouldn't accept him as the Son of God as I do, but surely most of us would see him as one of the greatest teachers of the world. Now, you wouldn't guy Socrates or make him appear as a clown. And what I think
maybe
this
there are funny
film...
things about him.
What?
Maybe there are funny things about Socrates. Why shouldn't we make jokes about Socrates?
Well, if there are certain aspects of it, you would not Socrates.
No, that's not my point. I don't know enough about
Socrates
Socrates.
was
Maybe
murdered. He was made to drink poison. You wouldn't guy him at that point or make him appear as a clown. And what I say, and I'm afraid you won't alter my conviction, John, over this, is that this most, what is to a Christian, the most sacred moment of the whole Jesus experience, namely his death, that at that most sacred moment he was guyed and made to look as a clown.
May I make another point here, which is rather interesting, that if you'd made that film about Muhammad, you see, there would have been an absolute hullabaloo in this country, because all the sort of the racial, anti-racialist people would have risen up in their might. The same people who would approve of this and would have said this is quite disgraceful. And behind people's minds would be the thought of maybe they might lose a bit of oil, by doing it. But you see the difference.
You're right, Malcolm. I mean, 400 years ago, we would have been burnt for this film. Now, I'm suggesting that we've made an advance.
And I'm suggesting that compared with other presentations of this great event, the incarnation, you have not made an advance, and that anybody in the future who might dredge up this miserable little film, and it's quite possible they might as a piece of social history, they would certainly not wish to relate it to the thing, say, Chartres Cathedral, which is built to the glory of Christ.
Not a funny building, actually.
But they might want to compare it with Fawlty Towers.
Yes, they're not even intended to be a funny building.
Well, it has the gargoyles on it, you know.
Michael. I think that, and I've seen this in the sort of reviews of the film, they concentrate always on the religious angle. Even, before they've seen it, they've decided this is a film about religion. I don't think it is entirely. I think that what we've chosen to do is what we've always done in Python. We've done for 3 series, we've done for 3 films. We have taken a certain group of people, which are generally sort of England in the present day, and put them into a historical context. I think that's what we've done with this film. I think it isn't entirely about religion. It's about the people who live in... anyone who lives and makes up our society today.
It's also about closed systems of thought, whether they're political or theological or religious, whatever. Systems by which whatever evidence is given to the person, he merely adapts it, fits it into his ideology. You show the same event to a Marxist and a Catholic, for example, they both of them fine, they both have explanations of it. I mean, it's what to be pompous poppers on about with falsifiability of theories. I mean, once you've actually got an idea that is whirring round so fast that no other light or contrary evidence can come in, then I think it's very dangerous. I don't think it's dangerous to someone like Malcolm, because he's actually a very nice man. But I think he is the sort of guy that this film is actually having a go at, because I don't think that there's any evidence that can come to him now that is going to make him think, am I right? Am I making a mistake?
Well, you can leave that out. I think I could say with utter sincerity that there was nothing in this particular film that would lead me to want to change conclusions that I've reached after living for 76 years in this world.
Is there anything? That's the point I'm making.
Well, in this film, there was nothing that could possibly, because the film itself bore so little.
No, but the point I was making, Mark, is not the film. Forget the film. We'll say that's rubbish. Okay. Is there anything that can happen to you now that could cause you to change your mind?
But of course, every single person who is alive and spiritually alive is constantly reviewing his faith. I do not believe for a moment that there is a definitive faith and you say, there it is. But there's nothing in this little squalid number that could possibly affect anybody. Now, in that sense, I give you this point. I give you this point that there's nothing in this film that could possibly destroy anybody's genuine faith. That I grant you absolutely not, because it's much too 10th rate for that. But what I still contend is that someone who is young, 14 years old, seeing that without any particular background might really imagine that that buffoonery is an expression of this great episode.
Well, you see, I was also, you talked about the presentation of Christianity. I mean, I went to an English preparatory school and an English public school, Clifton College, a sports academy.
I sympathise with you.
I was given 8 or 10 years of a form of Christianity which I grew to despise and dislike. Largely, it insulted my intelligence. The sermons that were given at the age of 11 and 12, I felt insulted my intelligence. When I got into writing this film, and we all had exactly the same reaction, we started to discover a lot of stuff about Christianity, and I started to get angry. Because I started to think, why was I given this rubbish, this 10th-rate series of platitudes, when there were interesting things to have discussed? There were factual things. Nobody ever told me that they don't know what language the Gospels were written in, that they don't even know who wrote them, and they're not even sure what cities they were written in.
Then you must have read very superficially at your school.
Look, John, it's very bad luck for you, but you see, I used to go to Clifton College to preach very often when you were there. I know the headmaster, I know the staff, I know the servants. All I can say is you must have been as idle a boy, as splendid an actor as you are.
I wasn't actually. I was always
if you really to take this seriously, I mean, you had some absolute first-class teachers.
Those were a joke. They were a joke.
Well, only because you made them. You
No.
cannot... how do you know about... I know people who've Clifton College of exactly your own period
I remember
who are now
the
priests
sermons.
in my diocese.
I remember the sermons. I remember...
You don't remember mine. Tell me what I preached on.
No idea. I only remember the bad ones.
What?
I remember a gentleman coming and telling us how very difficult it had proved to get the Bible into Tibet, you know? They'd had 7 occasions. The first time there'd been landslides, the second time there'd been rains and the pages had got stuck together. The third time... No, this is true. The third time the mules had fallen off the mountainside. The fourth time there were thunderbolts. And the 7th time he said, God helped us. And we got the Bibles into Tibet. And the obvious conclusion was that he was trying like hell to stop them getting the Bible.
Sorry, but you really are lampooning this, because by O-levels and A-levels, going on the whole time, people have taken the scriptures. They'd had to have studied Greek, perhaps Hebrew, and have had made a serious study of the scriptures. You chose not to do that. I'm sure you had far more interesting things to do.
We only had 4 years to write the film. We didn't want to get too specialist, because if we got too specialist...
I'm sorry, I'm talking about Clifton College. But still, I don't really think this has got very much to do with
Could I just ask, as... I think, in theory, anyway, a sort of moderator. I'm supposed to be neutral.
Of the Church of Scotland or the Church of England? Moderator.
I'm supposed to be in the middle, but didn't you... I mean, I felt when I saw the film, and I saw it in a cinema in New York with a very appreciative audience, did you not feel that, in fact, the people being lampooned were the followers rather than Jesus himself?
No,
I felt that very strongly.
No, I don't think so. It was... I really felt, I mean, the crucifixions above all else, which are things I felt sad about, because, I mean, I'm quite sure, as all of us will one day, and this is not trying to attack your vulnerabilities, but life is very short. All of us will be on our deathbeds in a comparatively short time. And when we are, and that'll be no laughing matter, that it is much that Christ which I should like to be held up in front of me than the Christ I saw
but the
on
film
the cross this afternoon.
did bring home to me... Sorry, I was going to say very quickly that the film reminded me of something which I obviously knew, but one tends to forget, that it wasn't only Jesus that was crucified. I mean, an awful lot of people were crucified in the most horrific circumstances every day of the week under Roman rule.
Yes, that's very true.
And that fact came home in the film. You realise that Jesus didn't have a sort of total copyright to crucifixion.
No, but Jesus was crucified, wasn't he, for his obedience to the will of God. You can't say...
He was crucified, surely, for blasphemy.
Yes, they accused him of blasphemy because he was obedient to the will of God and of his kingdom. You can't say that came over today, that with any of the people who were being crucified...
No, but that wasn't true.
I mean, the whole way that it was done, they were not dying for a noble idea.
Well, neither were the...
Yeah, but I mean, I think that what... Can I just make the point I was trying to make earlier on about the film not being seen entirely in religious terms? That, I mean, as Tim has said, people were crucified then as common criminals. It was just a form of capital punishment employed by the Romans, who were regarded as a highly civilized people. But it was capital punishment. And in the film, we examine attitudes to capital punishment. As far as I know, in this country, the majority of people, we are constantly told, are in favour of capital punishment. It just seems that we haven't come that far in all that time.
Why do you think that through all these centuries of Christendom, that the greatest minds, the most creative minds, the greatest artists were believers in this thing that you airily dismiss and say that you, making this little film, have managed to see deeply into it and to reach conclusions?
I can't say they are. What about Freddie Ayer? What about Bertrand Russell? You dismiss them, of course. They don't count.
I said in the centuries of Christendom. I didn't say in our time. I said that if you were to make a list of all the people who have contributed most
of them would have been Muslims if they'd been living in the Arab countries, or Buddhists if they'd been living in...
What has that got to do with it? These people were inspired. These people were inspired by this event, which you have celebrated in this film by a lot of people on crosses singing a sort of, as though it's sort of rather inferior musical.
Death perhaps doesn't matter that much, which after all you're saying the whole time. You're looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it keenly, but I'm looking forward to it.
About it.
No, I'm looking forward to it keenly because I know, because I relate it to these very things that you dismiss. I relate it to the story of the Incarnation, this great drama of the Incarnation, which you have reduced to a sort of comic film. Now, you think that in doing that, you have shed light. But I have to tell you that you haven't shed light. You've made some rather bad jokes, and the only reason that people come to see it is because they still relate it to this extraordinary story of the Incarnation, which is, in fact, the beginning and the end of everything that our civilization stands for. Our civilization began with a man, the Apostle Paul, telling pagan world about the Incarnation. That was the beginning of it.
We're not the only civilization in the world.
Not at all.
No,
I'm not
there's
saying
a lot
we
of
are.
civilizations
Certainly.
with different religions,
Certainly.
right?
I'm not.
And the important thing is that people should be open to the various possibilities, and that they should take a critical attitude.
Yes, but
to them.
whoever said they shouldn't be open? But you don't make people open by producing the sort of buffoonery that you produce.
You certainly don't make people open by giving them the kind of garbage I was given at that school.
Well, then I'm very sympathetic to you for having received this garbage, some of it at the hands of our friend Bishop here. I'm very sympathetic indeed, and I think it's very sad and tragic that you should have been cut off from something that's so wonderful and only given garbage. But I would simply point out to you that if you care about what constitutes what we call Western civilization, which now probably is coming to an end, and you were to consider the role that's been played in that by this thing that you treat as a piece of buffoonery, you would have a certain humility in saying that you have been able, through making it, to shed light.
But you keep making the basic assumption. Sorry, let me just say this, Mike. You keep making the basic assumption that we are ridiculing Christ and Christ's teaching, and I say that we are not.
But do you imagine that your scene, for instance, of the Sermon on the Mount, the scene in your film of the Sermon on the Mount, is not ridiculing one of the most sublime utterances that any human being has ever spoken on this earth? Of course it is.
No, it's making fun of the guy who's remembered it wrong and of the people who don't understand it and miss the point.
Well, I think
that's really unfair, because I think that a lot of people looking in will think that we have actually ridiculed Christ physically. Christ is played by an actor, Ken Colley. He speaks the words from the Sermon on the Mount. He's treated absolutely respectfully. The camera then pans away. We go right to the back of the crowd to someone who shouts, "Speak up," because they cannot hear him. Now, I mean, if that utterly undermines one's faith in Christ, then I think the faith cannot be terribly strong.
I started off by saying that this is such a 10th-rate film that I don't believe that it would disturb
yes, I know you
anybody's
started with an
faith.
open mind. I realise that.
I certainly.
John, can I put you a question? Now, without, I hope, in any way sort of being pompous, I mean, I have been Bishop of South London now for over 20 years, and I'm appalled by the sadness, the unhappiness, the tragedy of life, and the drug scene, the violence, the muggings, and so on. And many people now are standing back with a measure of deep disturbance and horror. I was at Cambridge only the Sunday before last, and I'm told how the undergraduates are now turning up in chapel and seeing if Christianity has got something to offer. I think, I mean, most of us, I'm sure we'd be all, however much we may differ on this film, that we are deeply disturbed by what's going on in the world and in this country. Now, there is a desire to find truth, to find some answer to our problems. And the question, I mean, I would put to you, I mean, could you really put your hand on your heart and say that that film is going to help the younger generation in its pilgrimage for truth?
If they think about it, absolutely. The message is, what is it, Mike? What are the words? Work it out for yourself. You're all individuals. Don't do what people tell you to do. And that's not
you find that a final.
No, starting point.
Starting point.
Including the lampooning of Christ.
And the lampooning of his death, which is the most disgraceful part of the whole thing.
Surely, Malcolm, it was the lampooning of a form of death, which happened to hundreds of people.
You're lampooning a scene which has been played a fantastic part in the lives of believers for generations, a scene that has inspired the most amazing disinterestedness, creativity, that set St. Francis of Assisi wandering about the streets, that inspired St. Augustine to write The City of God.
This I accept, but I
all
think
that
the
is true, and all
crucifixion-
you've done is to make a lot of people on a cross singing a music hall song. I mean, it's so disgusting when you think of it.
A lot of people go away very happy, laughing at that, their faith not touched one jot.
I don't think it'll
really
touch your
do.
faith. I don't think it will.
And let me come back at this point. And a lot of people on the first Good Friday went away from Calvary laughing their heads off and thinking the death of Jesus was a tremendous joke.
Well, that's very true, you know, because, as a matter of fact, all you've done is, for the person you followed in this film is Herod, because it was Herod who organised this absurd scene, and I'm only amazed that you didn't get some comic effects out of the Crown of Thorns. That's the only thing that puzzles me in the film.
If you wanted to make a joke out of Jesus, Jesus would have appeared on the cross. He was an actor, he was there in the film. He does not appear on the cross. Nowhere at all. It's a gang of thieves, of common criminals who were at that time crucified in hundreds day by day. I mean, that's... I'm sorry, I know that you think I'm wrong, but that's what I feel.
Well,
It is not Christ.
I think it's a ludicrous thing,
Can I just
because
say
I
that
tell you that the people see...
This is what the film's about.
Malcolm, can I just say that to an outsider, the crucifixion is a much stronger event if one realises that Christ went through something that everybody went through. If you treat it like something that only he went through, which is the image you get. I never realised I was about 16 that everybody got crucified.
If he was crucified between...
I also have to say that we have to...
He was crucified between two thieves. If you're saying that the experience of those three people was the same experience simply because they went through the same physical experience, then you are utterly misunderstanding what the crucifixion means, what the passion means, why it's had this enormous role in people's lives. It wouldn't have had that role if it was simply one of innumerable men dying on a cross. It's because of what it signified that in terms of the incarnation, and of course you leave that all out of account. What you've done is you've succeeded in doing, and that for that reason it will have absolutely no influence in the long run, you have succeeded in reducing something which has inspired the greatest art into something which is presented in terms of the lowest art. That's your feat. That's your
set up your own terms that we have to influence people. We're not saying we want to influence people. We're trying to make them laugh, make them happy. I mean, that's something that helps.
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to call a halt. I'm very sorry. I think you've made people happy and made them think and made them laugh. And
I think we'll make them talk about it.
I can't.
Well, you'll get your 30 pieces. You'll get your 30 pieces of silver.
Well,
I'm quite sure.
I hasten to add that.
Because you're missing the most wonderful thing in life, and you're seeing it in those terms, and it's utterly tragic.
Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Utterly tragic.
I hope that film won't shake anybody's faith. Paul Jones, to change the subject, has returned to his first love, the blues, and without in any way abandoning his acting career, for he's currently starring in a West End musical, he's spending a very good deal of his time behind a harmonica and a microphone in front of the blues band. Here they are with Boom Boom, Out Go the Lights.
No kidding, I'm ready to fight. I've been looking for my baby all night. If I get her in my sight, boom, boom, out go the lights. Out go the lights.
That was Boom Boom, Out Go the Lights from the Blues Band. Vocals Paul Jones, and the Blues Band are playing almost everywhere in London at the moment. I recommend them warmly. My final guest tonight is a phenomenon of the publishing world. There are few households in Britain who have never found space for one or more of the 26 editions of the Guinness Book of Records, the largest selling copyright book ever. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Norris McWhirter. Norris, you of course are the author, compiler or editor. What do you call yourself of the Guinness Book of Records?
Yes, well, I put it together.
Why do you think people buy it every year? I mean, it's a great book, and I have to say, I think I've bought it at least 23 of the 26 years, but why do people go on buying it? And every year it goes to #1 on the book charts.
Well, I think because 22 to 23% of it gets out of date every year, and that this obsolescence is so high that last year's edition is no good, so you've got to have this year's.
So like all the best or worst American cars, it has built-in obsolescence?
Exactly, like an American car, yeah.
Do you ever get a bad year, like a bad Beaujolais, when no records are broken?
No, that never happens. Every year is a vintage year as regards breaking records. And next year will be an Olympic year, and it'll be even worse, or better, whichever way you look at it.
But it's surely possible that perhaps one year not an awful lot will happen.
No, everything happens. The astounding thing is in things which you think are absolutely settled, you can't break, they get broken. For instance, they even found last year a piece of land further north than the most northerly piece of land ever known. You'd think that was impossible, but these things happen.
What, under the ice was this literally?
Yes, it was under the ice, yes. North of a place called Käptn, which is the Danish for Ireland, and that is right north of Greenland, closest to the North Pole.
How far away from the North Pole?
Oh, it's about 360 miles, so it's quite a long way.
Quite a slog.
Yes, a long slog, yes.
But there are some records, and I think particularly perhaps of Bob Beeman's long jump record,
yes,
which seems set for a good few years.
Well, even Bob Beeman with his 29-foot 2.5, which he did up at Mexico City in 1968, that is under threat because there's an American now called Larry Marex, and he's jumped 27-foot 11 3/4 at sea level. Now, at sea level, the resistance is much higher than at altitude, because when you're at altitude, 1.5 miles up in Mexico City,
the air is thinner.
The air is thinner. In fact, it's only 76%, to be precise.
So one would expect any jump at Beeman's level or at Mexico City level to be 20-odd% better.
Yes, yes. Well, he missed out the 28s. He went straight from 27.5 right up.
Has this chap who's been leaping around at sea level tried it up in Mexico City?
No, he hasn't. No, I only hope he does, because if he does, then the great people always say that nobody now alive will ever see that record broken. Bob Beeman's. It was a remarkable record. In fact, it was equivalent to knocking 13 seconds off the mile. So, I mean, it's a tremendous improvement.
How do you classify records? Because, say I was to run 101 yards and say this is the world's fastest 101-yard time, would you let it in?
Certainly not, no, because it would be too ingenious. That would just be fudging it. No, records have got to have some sort of significance, and they've got to be internationally competitive, and they've got to be comparable. There are some things which are so crazy that nobody else ever does them, and therefore they haven't really got anything to compare. Say, for instance, the first underwater violinist. Nobody else does it.
There is one?
Oh, there is, yes. A chap called Mark Gottlieb in Oregon, and he's very dead serious. He has waterproof rosin, and he really takes it very, very seriously.
How could you beat it? By staying under longer or playing
Well, the Japanese
two
have now
movements?
got an underwater orchestra.
Really?
Yes. So that's the way to beat it.
Are there any records which you wouldn't ever print under any circumstances? I mean, if someone said, I've driven from Piccadilly Circus to the centre of Oxford in 32 minutes, which I've done on several occasions.
Have you?
Would you, in fact, not print that? I mean,
certainly not. No, we don't print anything that's sort of gratuitously dangerous. We don't print records place-to-place driving because innocent people get killed. We know some of the figures, and they're absolutely horrific, but we don't publish them, and nor do anyone else. There's a sort of conspiracy of silence about those sort of things.
Has any unfair or faked record ever got past you?
No, we nearly had one. There used to be a great pub game, and the Guinness Book was really invented to settle arguments in 84,000 pubs. That's why it's called Guinness.
Yes.
And what happened was that they used to balance these
12-sided threepenny bits, edge on edge, and the record was 11. And one day we got a claim for 13. Well, that made us immediately suspicious, because people never break records by a bigger margin than you have to. And so I remember phoning this fellow up. He was down in Eastbourne. And I said, and I really want to know just quite how you did this great feat. And eventually he admitted how he did it. What he did was he got hold of the coins, he got a card table, he glued the card table to a ceiling, he put a carpet up there and a chair, he suspended them with scotch tape behind them and photographed the whole lot upside down. But luckily he admitted it.
How did the book actually begin? One often hears stories, but you and your brother Ross,
yes.
Was it actually your idea, or
no,
were you approached?
We were commissioned to do it. We were already working on records for a breakfast food company, in fact. And Sir Hugh Beaver, who was the chief executive of Guinness Brewery, was out shooting in Ireland, and he either missed or got, but anyway, he was shooting at a golden plover, and he wanted to know if this was the fastest game bird in Europe. Very expensive reference books, none of them told him the answer. And suddenly it occurred to him in a flash, well, this is exactly the sort of thing people argue about, not golden plovers, but all sorts of things, the greatest weight a man's ever lifted, or the most children any woman's had, these sort of things they argue about. And there's no book you can get which gives you the answer. And he says, right, we will produce such a book. And that's really how it was generated.
Did you anticipate such huge success?
No, not really, because the very first one we produced went off to the chief buyer of the largest wholesale chain in the country, that you would know as an author. And he looked at it, and he wrote down on a pad his order for the whole nation. 6 copies.
6?
6. Yeah, he now orders 120,000, so it's changed a bit.
What do you think you would have done if it hadn't taken off?
If it hadn't?
Yes. Just say the idea hadn't worked.
Yes, well, we would have been working on other ideas, because we had a fact and figure business, supplying facts and figures to newspapers and yearbooks and other advertisers. And,
so you were in that business already, as it were?
Yes, we were.
And this was the kind of
well, it was
magic thing?
Yes, it was a phone call from Chris Chataway, actually, that summonsed us to the brewery, because he had just got his first job there. And so he was a world record holder for the 3 miles, so it was rather appropriate that it was him.
And how long did he hold that record for?
A very short time. It was overtaken. It was 13 minutes 32.2, if I remember rightly. He shared it, actually, with a fellow called Freddie Green. And it was overtaken rapidly. And Vladimir Kutz used to run much faster, but he didn't used to be timed at 3 miles because he was metrically minded.
Because Chataway, I always recall, in fact, beat Kutz in that
He did?
Big
that was a famous
race.
5,000 metres. Yes, that was about a month after we went to the brewery. It was in October 1954. I well remember it. Everyone was white at the knuckles. It was televised, and it was a tremendous race.
Now, if I can perhaps get on to you yourself very briefly, Norris, to end up with. You, of course, lost, tragically, Ross 4 years ago. Has that made a colossal difference? I mean, obviously it's made a great difference to your life, but do you find that you can function just as well on your own, or being an identical twin, have you lost something more than if you just lost a brother, especially someone who was so closely involved in all your work?
Well, an identical twin is really genetically the same person, and really every day I miss him, because his knowledge in certain fields was better than mine, and we worked so closely together, and also you had the opportunity of discussing things, and in that way one either had to be halved or doubled, as it were, and one has to make double the effort to be the same person.
But the book, despite the tragic loss of Ross, has gone on from strength to strength. I mean, your team behind you, presumably.
It's got a wonderful team of people. They're very enthusiastic. They work very hard. And I think people are happier when they work hard. We're now in 24 languages, and so it sells about 75,000 a week, and it's hard keeping it going.
I'm surprised. And, of course, you yourself are actually in your own book as the...
Yes, well, we had to put it in because we overtook Dr. Spock.
Modest though you were.
Well, yes, well, we have to record records. Yes. And Dr. Spock we overtook in November 1974.
And as Dr. Spock, I believe, disowns virtually everything he ever said. It's probably justice, in fact, that he's been booted out of your book.
Yes, Dr. Spock is a very interesting character. I'd love to meet him because he, in fact, won a gold medal for rowing in the Olympics in 1924.
No,
and
really?
I only discovered that fairly recently.
Good heavens. Royce at Werder, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, this is the end of the show and the end of my long run as host, 2 weeks. Next week, the young blades from the Cambridge Footlights will be taking over the entire programme, and I shall miss it, as I'm speaking to the Odeum and Greywell Cricket Club at their annual dinner for a derisory fee. Thanks to John Cleese, Michael Palin, Malcolm Muggeridge, the Bishop of Southwark, Paul Jones, the Blues Band, and Norris McWhirter. Over and out.
And you can see what all the fuss was about for yourself with Life of Brian on Saturday at 9. And coming up next this evening here on BBC 4, a look at the inner workings of the BBFC in Time Shift's Dear Censor, up next.
Oh, sorry. Dachte, das Video sei aus gewesen. Ja, dann mache ich das mal aus. Sorry. Ich bin auf jeden Fall später nochmal da. Bis dann. Bye bye.